Good morning, colleagues. Morning, colleagues.
Yes, good morning, sir. How are you?
Welcome to the third day of the MUT International Week. We're picking up from where we left off yesterday, discussing a different topic, but an interesting one for MUT, for young people, and for the future of our continent. This morning, we're talking business startups in the age of technology. What are our young people doing globally to become self-employed? What lessons can students in our continent learn from others who've walked the journey before them? I have an interesting lineup. I have Dr. Oluyomi Ajayi speaking first, followed by Ms. Toli Lengubane from the TSC at MUT, that's the Technology Station in Chemicals. We also have Ms. Ntombi Mtembu, our Entrepreneurship Coordinator at MUT. After that, we'll be joined by some of the students at MUT who are really walking this path of entrepreneurship to tell us a bit about their businesses. So without wasting any time, I will hand over to Dr. Ajayi to kick us off. Doc, over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the panelists that are here with us. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone online joining us from everywhere. Yes, like my colleague just said, this is a very interesting topic that we need to explore. I will just quickly share. Yes, so creating a global entrepreneurship mindset among students. What are young people doing globally to become self-employed? What lessons can students in Africa learn from these experiences all over the world? What take home can we pick from their experience, from what they've done in the past, and from what they are doing currently? So basically, I'll quickly give some background and context to the subject. Then I would like to also define the difference or outline the difference between entrepreneurship and self-employment, because they are not the same. At the same time, we just look at some global case studies of student entrepreneurs, including South Africa, because we are not entirely behind in this journey. Also, we just see what learnings can we pick from those examples and the case studies, school to business transition. Then we look at most common student ventures based on studies globally and report from the International Labour Organization. Okay. So just a little bit of background. Africa has the youngest population in the world. So we've got that demographic dividend that we can actually exploit, to our benefit. 65%. This is a statistic from International Labour Organization. 65% of people in Africa are under the age of 35. The United Nations defines a youth as somebody who is below 24 years old, but in South Africa, we take it to be 35 and below. Many other countries have their definitions, 30 years below and all of that. But we know in Africa that 35 people, over 65% of the people, in our continent are young people. Youth unemployment is also one of the major challenges faced by us on the continent. Rising underemployment, insecure employment are making entrepreneurship become very critical. By underemployment, I mean situations where people want to do more job, but they don't have the opportunity to do more. Maybe they can only work for 4 hours a day. I know people that work 3 days a week, just because of the situation on the continent. So we have underemployment as a major issue. Science and technology, climate change, and globalization trends are opening up new opportunities, from digital startups to green entrepreneurs. Young people are interested but not active. These are evidences from studies all over the world, and you will see the references later on. So it's been established that we have lots of young people who are interested in self-employment, who are interested in starting their own businesses. If you conduct a survey, they tell you they want to start their business, they want to be in business, but they are doing nothing about it. Meaning leadership of countries, leadership of universities, we need to do something to help the young people. The potential of young people in Africa is not harnessed. We have evidence that it is not harnessed. So self-employment versus entrepreneurship, like I said, both terms do not mean the same thing. Self-employment refers to employment situation where the employed person is working on his own account with or without employees, and thus contrast the dependent employment. So this is not the same as entrepreneurship, which is an act of persons who seek to generate value through creation or expansion of economic activities and all of that. So basically, an entrepreneur or a self-employed person is not necessarily an entrepreneur, meaning the fact that somebody is self-employed does not mean that he's creative in what he does, is innovative in what he does, he has exploited opportunities. There are people who are self-employed just by working for their former employers. They resign or they retire and they go back. They are still in the payroll, on the payroll of the employer. So they are self-employed, but they are not entrepreneurs, basically. Entrepreneurial spirit is characterized by innovation. So when you're talking of entrepreneurial spirit, these are some of the attributes, that you find, in it. Innovation, pioneering change. Entrepreneurs want to change the world. They want to exploit, or explore technology, product, services, processes, procedures. They want to identify gaps, in the marketplace, gaps in the economy, or gaps on their campuses, and they want to do something about it that have, value. Whereas to be self-employed, you really don't have to be entrepreneurial. You can be self-employed by, just selling donuts, which is not bad, but I'm just trying to distinguish between the two terms. However, for the purposes of what we are doing today and this week, I will crave your indulgence to use both terms interchangeably. We just want our young people to start now, or when they get out of school, something that can earn them a living, basically. So I will use both terms interchangeably for the purposes of today. The grand challenge. You can see youth age. This is our Africa scenario. Our youth, currently you see age 15 to 24 and 25 to 34 recorded the highest unemployment rates this year, Q1 2021. So because we depend mostly on conventional employment, traditional employment, employment that government can create, employment that the private sector can create, we have very high unemployment rate. 63% is actually very high. This statistic is very recent, Q1 2021, 63%. And the age group 35 to 25 to 34, 41%. Now, if you look at NEET is those that are not in employment, education, or training. Approximately 3.3 million, were not employed as at Q1 2021. That is very, very hard. And if you look at the trend, the reason we are talking about self-employment, entrepreneurship, innovation, creativity, young people getting out to get going on things, the major reason is because this trend that you see is likely to grow worse. You can see at 43% now going to 44%, and for the younger age, 15 to 24, at 29% or 30% going to 32%. If you do a trend line along this graph, you will see that the trend will grow worse. It will go higher. So that's a forecast based on data, based on evidence, meaning we need to do something urgently. We don't want to be insensitive to what is going on in our world, in our economy, in our country. We are aware of the fact that there are barriers to self-employment. There are barriers, especially in Africa, to entrepreneurship. So some of them, I'll just highlight quickly before we go on. We know that awareness is not as high as in the West, for instance, or even in Asian countries. The universities in our country are trying, to encourage entrepreneurship, and in the curriculum, you can see entrepreneurship now featuring in our curriculum, but the awareness is still not at the level that it should be or that it is, in some other developed economies of the world. Education and training programs generally do not do enough to nurture entrepreneurial attitude and skills. Like I said, we are trying, but we are not there. We've done comparative analysis of what we're doing and what other countries are doing, and we've come to the conclusion that we actually need to do more to get there. We also know that in Africa, generally, fewer financial resources and difficulty obtaining external finance, including debt finance, hampers entrepreneurship. The fact that we don't have enough financial resources, the fact that they are difficult to access, the fact that there are many red tapes, long processes and procedures to access finance, it's a major problem. In some other countries of the world, they actually have financial institutions on campus, in schools, to mentor, to coach, to teach, to advise, to counsel, and review business proposals from students. We still don't have that, in our country, and I believe we are getting there. Also, there are limited business networks and business-related social capital around, which is also a limiting factor, to entrepreneurship. We also have market barriers. If I'm 19 years old and I present, a technology, maybe a cell phone, I'm sure many people will be skeptical to buy my cell phone. In Africa, they will say, what will a 90-year-old student have done to warrant me buying a cell phone? So we have such things. We have bias in the marketplace, also in the banks and financial institutions. Once it is a youth-owned business, we have this discrimination in quotes and bias. Banks are more comfortable to give loans to somebody who is maybe 45 years old, 20 years business experience, he's worked all over the place. They rarely give attention to our young people, and we hope this will change very soon. So let's just look at some global case studies before we come home. 3 of the most valuable companies in the world were started by students. You all know Google. That's a powerful search engine that we all know globally. Larry Page and Steve Brin actually started, you know, they are co-founders of founders of Google. They started when they were students. Bill Gates, the same. He started even though he dropped out of school, but he was a student when he got the idea and he started. 85% of the world computers currently carry Microsoft applications. And if you're a domestic user or you are a normal user of computers, you will think all about Microsoft is Windows and Office. Microsoft is far, far more than that. They have developed applications for many military organizations all over the world. They've helped rockets, you know, program airports and all of that kind of thing. So there are commercial and military applications developed by Microsoft that many of us may not know about. But Bill Gates started this concept while he was a student in the university. Mark Zuckerberg as well, Facebook, he was also a student when he conceptualized the idea, you know, and he started to work on it. There are many more globally. I'm just citing these examples. I'm not saying you should become a Bill Gates tomorrow. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. You know, our former president said, it always seems impossible until it is done, you know. So you think that is, I'm talking of President Mandela. He said, so it seems impossible until it is done. So you just need to start, and I'm going to give you some guidance, you know, some guidelines on how to go about this. So we have other prominent businesses, including Dell Computer. Michael Dell was a student when he started working on Dell. Today, in fact, I'm sitting with some panelists. I think 80% of the computer in this room, they are Dell brand, you know, all over the world. Servers and big, you know, applications are run on their computers and applications, basically. Snapchat, Yahoo as well. Jerry, he was a student. Snapchat, also a student. When Evan started, he was a student. Reddy Steve, you know, all of them, they all started these businesses, you know, their ventures when they were students. So I'm saying this to all of us so that we do not think that we have to have a PhD degree before we start to think big. We need to have that entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset right from now that we are students, that we're in school. Just to come home a little bit, or to drill down around the world, these are projects that started in school. In fact, Alex started Waterfox when he was 19 years old at the University of York. He was in his first year when he started Waterfox in the United Kingdom. So I'm just taking case studies around the world. Waterfox is a very efficient web browser. Many of you may not know about it, but you can look at the reference later. Very efficient, super web browser. 19 years old, you know. So if you could do that, we can do more, you know. So we just need to have that mindset that all things are possible. All things are possible. If you can think of it, if you can dream of it, you can achieve it. You know, this guy is seen other web browsers. He has seen Firefox. He's seen Internet Explorer. He's seen all of this. Then he sat down. How can I compete at age 19? You know, and he did something. You know, which is globally, you know, relevant. Benjamin Sider and two other colleagues in France, they were also in the university when they worked on what they call explicit. They looked at the fuel consumption of aircraft, and they felt if there's a way they could reduce the weight, you know, of aircraft, maybe aircraft will consume less energy. So what they did was to start to work on how to reduce the weight of the seats in Airbus and Boeing by 3 times. So they reduced the weight of the seats in those aircraft by 66%. They did that project and it was successful. They went into material science, they went into ergonomics, anthropometry, they did a lot of things. And at the end, they reduced the weight of the seats in those aircraft by 66%. I think that is phenomenal, for young people to do that kind of thing. So you can see it's just about having that mindset. It's just about having that creative mindset, innovative mind to say all things are possible. To say, let us look at the needs in the market. Let us look at the gaps, in our campus, on our campuses, in our environment, and see what we can do, to add value. Also, Daniel, Fashion in Cloud, in Italy, he was also a third-year student in 2016, and he developed an online invoicing and billing solution, which actually disrupted the market. He saw that, people invoice and they bill manually, and some people don't get paid until 60 days instead of 30 days. Some people don't get paid, and, there are costs to capital. So if you get money from the bank and you need to pay back every month, but your customers aren't paying you back in 90 days, you incur costs. So he saw that problem, and he developed Fashion in the Cloud, which does not require paperwork. It does not require people signing documents and scanning and going to Postnet or going to DHL to post their bills or their invoices. He did the online solution, and he actually disrupted the market. Also, Manoj, this is from India, is actually called the milkman today. He was a student when he started this. He saw that his classes would start 9 a.m. every day. Then he went, to his father actually had the livestock and all of that. 6 a.m. he went there, cleaned everywhere, extracted milk, and he took to the campus. He sold and made a lot of money, So that's another example. Let's come home to South Africa. We know of Keating in Western Cape. We've got many more South Africa examples. In fact, I need to say this, that we are blessed in our country because of the entrepreneurs we have. I have a list of 25 South African entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, that have won global award in the past 10 years. They have won global, not African award, not South African award. They won in South Africa. They went to the continental stage. They went to the international stage, and they won. I have a list of those. So, but this list you are looking at here are people that started while in school, first year, second year, third year. Informate, helps medical practitioners, with information analytics, and it's basically an information repository, which has also won a global award and acclaim. So you can see that young people in schools are doing great things globally. We also can do better. We just need to give attention. We just need to apply our mind. I need to tell you, only 5% of people think, and 5 others think they think, and 90% of people will rather, not bother to think. So thinking is hard, that I can tell you, but if you apply your mind to think, and you stay on thinking, the resources of your mind, the resources of your brain, they are much more than you can imagine. You just need to apply, them to solve problems. Just to round up, making transition from school into self-employment, we know it's not difficult. It's not easy, that transition to just come out of school and own your own business. It's not trivial. However, I want to encourage our young people, I want to encourage our students that this is the time to start. Just start. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of failing. Because you are young, you have opportunity to gain experience over time. So if you start now, maybe you are 20, 21, 25, 26, you've got time to get experience. If you fail, failure is not the end. It's just opportunity to learn how it has not worked or how it will not work. So if you fail, start again. Learn from your mistake. You've got time. You can gain experience. Also, age is an advantage to you. Age, because you are young, imagine somebody starting something at 65 and all of that. It won't have the kind of youthful energy that you have. So energy is also an advantage. Also, you can build network. You've got student unions, you've got student representative councils, you've got people in your department, in your faculty, in the entire university, and all of that. So you can build network at this stage. You also can make money. We have examples of students running all kinds of businesses, on campus. Like I said, it is okay to fail. Just don't stay down. If you fail, start again. Learn from your failure and move on. If you are successful at the end of the day, you will not be searching for jobs. Then you'll be self-employed. These are just few steps that I recommend. Identify the pain point. In other words, identify a gap in the marketplace, on campus, in the society. Decide on a service or product to meet that need. It could be a process. It could be, a procedure. It could be a model. It could be anything that you believe could solve that problem. I remember when I was an undergraduate many years back now, I went to a printing shop to print some things, and I saw they had problem with scheduling and sequencing the jobs that they have to do. So basically, if you have 10 jobs to process through a printing press, and the printing press has got maybe 5 or 7 machines, the number of ways you can sequence those jobs to go through those machines will be about 2,000 possible ways, if you understand permutation and combination, So about 2,000 possible ways to start with job 1 on machine 1, job 2 on machine 2, or job 3 on machine 7, depending on the configuration of the jobs. So I saw that as a problem, and I developed a program then in Visual Basic, very old computer language, to sequence jobs optimally in the printing press. If any of you is interested to see that project, I will still share it with you. So I did a project because I saw the need, at the printing press. So decide on a service or a product or process you want to optimize, improve, or add value to. Validate your idea. Talk to your counselors, talk to your teachers, talk to the entrepreneurship department at the university, talk to your mentor. Let them query your thinking, let them challenge your thinking. Then start. Like I said, just start. This is a case study, globally of what most students, have been doing. So we see that technology is about 27%. Art and craft, clothing, you can see the data there. So this is the age of technology, meaning we should explore technology to our advantage. We should exploit details. You've got artificial intelligence, you've got the internet, you've got many digital media that you can work on to create value and solutions. Basically, there are many other ideas of businesses you can actually start while on campus. I have a list of 103, but time will not permit me to go into those now, but we can always share later. Conclusively, I believe our universities generally and MUT specifically, MUT is doing a lot already along this line, and that's why we are here today talking about this. Your university is interested in you, developing this entrepreneurship mindset, in you taking practical steps, towards self-employment. So, but I believe the university can do more, by expanding the curriculum, entrepreneurship training, also a dedicated advisory service, to the student, also technology incubation programs. This can be done with partnership with the industry, and also to facilitate finance, microfinance, basically, for students who may need finance. And that's the end. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay, with an important message and important lessons that many of us can learn from. Failure is not the end, it's just the beginning. If you learn from your failure and you get up and you continue doing what you do, starting your business, trying to run your business. Up next, we have Miss Rolly Lengubane, one of our own from our technology station in chemicals at MUT. Over to you, ma'am.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the team that is pioneering this very important task of actually ensuring that we are not only a global partner, but we are also a very entrepreneurial organization. Colleagues, I would then take my hat off to Mrs. Mkize, her team, but most importantly to the university management for actually prioritizing entrepreneurship, prioritizing internationalization as part of the key strategic thrust for the university. Colleagues, what I'm going to be sharing is actually my views in terms of based on the topic that we were given in terms of globalization and entrepreneurship. To me, there is no way in this day and era you can actually separate internationalization and from entrepreneurship. And I'm not going to actually go into the first part of my presentation, which was more on the issue of the challenges that we have in terms of academic definitional argument. The previous speaker, Dr. Ajayi, has actually done justice to that. But what I do want to point out, colleagues, is that entrepreneurship is a dynamic and an evolving concept. This becomes very clear if you actually look into the very definition of entrepreneurship as it evolves over the centuries. Looking back at the 18th century, entrepreneurship was purely the process of being self-employed, the process of actually doing your own thing, not having a boss. So more of the independence. But we've seen that by the time we get to the 19th century, the issue of enhanced productivity as we are moving from one industrial revolution to the other also become a component of entrepreneurship. And we know that by the close of the 19th century, innovation became the critical component of entrepreneurship. Hence now, we are sitting with an issue of actually combining all these things, self-employment, productivity, innovation. But what I do want to actually say, especially for the case of MUT, the case of South Africans, is that for me, the least that entrepreneurship should be able to achieve is self-employment. Okay, I don't need to justify why we need to do that. The doctor before me has indicated the kind of challenges that we have in terms of the youth and also in terms of unemployment. We all know that whenever we have an employment at X percentage, just at 10% of that, you'll get the unemployment for youth. That is the challenge that we are experiencing. But now, with all those definitional challenges, the very latest that we are in now is that when we say what is entrepreneurship, then there's innovative ideas and certain in a risky environment, but most importantly, the ability to survive in a global or in an international environment. Now, then what is the second thing that I want to highlight is that entrepreneurship has the ability to transform economies. We don't have to go very far in terms of doing that. We have Facebook. When you talk to young people, you talk about Facebook. Then if they want to actually ask them who has a lot of money, because money these days makes the world talk. They will tell you all the Mark Zuckerberg, the Bill Gates, the so on and so forth. But at the heart of it all is that all those guys, they actually took the risk of going into innovation, of coming up with something new, but most importantly, starting small. I think the example that was given by the previous speaker, I will not go into that, actually indicates that some of these things starts in the residences, where students sit on their desk and then they think of the social ills, or they think of the challenges that they're experiencing, and out of that, then they develop products and processes that have the ability to transform not only their lives, but also the world. So there's a lot that we can learn. You don't have to start big, but you can start exactly where you are. And also, having said that, we know that when we're talking about transforming economies, in our case, the key to that is employment creation. So if we cannot create employment for ourselves, then we are going to have students that continue to walk the sidewalk along the road, looking for employment with no one who is actually able to employ them. Now, I also want to say that it is therefore essential for the university to align internationalization with the entrepreneurial agenda, not only for the student, but also for the staff and the university itself. The minute we start thinking entrepreneurial as a university, which is clearly evident from the very I week that we are having now, where the focus is on internationalization and entrepreneurship. So it is then it's only then that you are going to see what we call high growth entrepreneurship, because high growth entrepreneurship is the key to promoting employment. Because if you remain small, you can only employ yourself. There's sufficient evidence in that. Also, what is key to high growth entrepreneurship is innovation and technology. And that's why the previous speaker was talking about technology incubation. And I would prefer to call it technology business incubation, because we need both those components to make sure that we have successful entrepreneurs. Now, then I want to actually look at why then do we say that young people need internationalization, and then I will add Africa exposure. Number one, we know from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor that we, as South Africans, our youth have the lowest propensity of actually going into business. So we are less likely to go into business than our African counterparts. So it means there's something that we can learn from our neighbors in the continent that would assist us to improve just on going into a business. Why is it important to go into business? Because the failure rate is high. So the more we get people to come in, numbers work themselves out. We will be able to get people coming in. Secondly, we can learn from Africa and that entrepreneurship, while it is generally characterized by limited resources, like we're saying, start small. So you cannot have resources if you're starting small. Africa has lessons on bootstrapping. Africa has lessons on how to start where you are. And then we can actually learn something from that. So when we talk of international exposure, we should not only look outside of the continent, we can also learn within the continent. And developing nations can provide lessons for us on accelerated growth. So we can even learn from those who are in the forefront. The story that actually is interesting for me is the story of Huawei and Android. Even though you can be the giant, but someone can come in and destabilize you to a point of actually taking you out of business. So you always need to remain on the cutting edge of whatever area you are in. Innovation. I'm not even gonna actually go too much into innovation. My previous speaker has done justice to that. But what I do need to say is that youth tends to be more innovative than their counterparts. There isn't much in terms of research that is done in Africa, but in the developing world, specifically in the EU, most of the innovations, over 50% of their innovations come from young people. So which actually says if we do not expose our young people, we'll continue to trail behind other countries in the world. Now, I then want to look at number 4, that's business coaching and business mentorship. What we can learn from international universities is that they prioritize business coaching and business mentorship. I had the opportunity of visiting some institutions that have got in-house support for students who want to go into business. And I just want to quickly make an example that we as the technology station, we had a client, in fact, he is a PhD student, but who came to us because we have the technical know-how. But because we are limited to technical know-how and do not provide business incubation, this client had to look at other institutions, local institutions for business support. And when we went for the launch, which was also attended by the MEC, now it was more like the focus is more on how did you grow your business, and not so much who gave you the technical know-how to start your business. I think had we been in a position to provide that, we would have been a winner, and MUT would have been on the map instead of being the secondary citizens, but while we are responsible for the very beginning of the project. Then experience. Colleagues, I want to look at experience. We have high levels of employment. We have low opportunities of experience. Even the issue of vacation jobs, some of us who grew up in the other years, we had the opportunities of having vacation jobs. Okay, but now students do not even have that kind of a chance. Over the vacation, they stay at home. So international exposure will assist in accelerating the learning curve. Now, in summary, some of those benefits, why is experience important? Experience can be short, impactful, but will arm the entrepreneur with skills and tools that are necessary. Possibilities, mind maps, innovations. For a person to be innovative, something needs to actually entice that. You cannot have mind maps unless you've seen or dreamt of something. So international exposure assists the innovation process. In closing, colleagues, I just want to actually say how proud I am that the university is taking the stand. Looking at the profile of our students, the university has the responsibility to provide opportunities for prosperity. And I want to close with Romans 10, verse 14, which actually says, how can they call on the one they have not believed in? And how can they believe in the one of whom they have not heard? And how can they hear without someone preaching to them? The time is now for MUT to preach the gospel of internationalization and innovative entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A virtual round of applause. That was Ms. Tolile Ngubane from our technology station and chemical, with such an important message. I especially I picked up on the part about aligning internationalization to entrepreneurship in order to achieve high growth entrepreneurship. Of course, there's quite a lot she touched on that we'll unpack later on when we do the discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Our next speaker is Ms. Ntombi Mthembu, the Entrepreneurship Coordinator at MUT. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has been created for us to come and share our entrepreneurship journey within the MUT institution. We really congratulate the Department of Marketing and Communications for putting this event together so that we can give an opportunity to our students to come and share their stories. So mine would be to explain to you what our students are currently doing at MUT. And before doing that, I would just want to highlight on a few challenges that are actually facing our students. I know Dr. Ajay has actually mentioned some of these particular challenges, and all our students are going through the very same challenges. We have students that are starting businesses without any availability of capital. That on its own is a great challenge. At the same time, when they have started their businesses, they have a challenge of keeping their businesses afloat. How do you do that when you lack capital and at the same time you are balancing your studying with your business? And our students are also aware that once they graduate, chances of being gainfully employed immediately after graduating are actually very slim. So that is the reason why we are then encouraging them to start their businesses while they are still at school, while they are still at university, because they will be starting within a safe environment. They will still have years on their side. The previous speaker has actually mentioned that age is on their side. So if they start while they're still studying, they can start, the business might go haywire, they can fail, start again. There is never an ending period of starting a business. So what is it that we are doing to actually support the MUT students to embark on entrepreneurship activities? We are part and parcel of the education of the entrepreneurship development in higher education program. So this program is actually under the wing of the education branch of the Department of Higher Education. So EDHE, as we popularly know it, has got 3 main goals. The first goal is to promote student entrepreneurship. How do we promote student entrepreneurship? We do this by encouraging students to be active in entrepreneurship activities while they are still on campus. Programs that we encourage them to participate in are programs like the InterVarsity competition that all 26 universities are actually encouraged to participate in. We also have our own activities during the course of the year. There is a week that we call the Student Entrepreneurship Week, where we encourage students to come and showcase the businesses that they have. And in doing that, we also link them with the external stakeholders who might actually assist them in taking their businesses forward. The second goal of EDHE is that of entrepreneurship development in academia. And how does this one work? The time has now come for us as academics to start teaching entrepreneurship in the most practical way. The time has arrived for us to take entrepreneurship out of the 4 corners of the classroom and let the students go out of the building and start experiencing entrepreneurship, get their hands dirty. They need to go out there and find out what problems our society is experiencing, because a successful entrepreneur is an entrepreneur who actually solves a problem that exists. Because if you just sit in your small little corner and decide that I love or I want to start this business, it's never going to work. You've got to solve a problem that exists. And the last goal for EDHE is that of developing entrepreneurship universities. So we all know we've got to turn our universities to be entrepreneurial. There will be a number of spin-offs out of that. And moving on to talk about the building of entrepreneurship ecosystems within the institutions. As institutions of higher learning, we need to formulate strategies that are going to support entrepreneurship. And just formulating a strategy on its own is not enough. When strategies have been formulated, those strategies must be translated into practical applications, because that is where our students will find the courage and the motivation of being hands-on in entrepreneurship activities. How then can institutions do that? Simple things. If we provide spaces for students to practice their entrepreneurship journeys, it would help them a lot. There are things that we normally take for granted and say, if a student is doing graphic design, you would need a venue with a desk to work on, you would need internet connectivity. If we can provide those spaces within our institutions, even if it means we charge students a very minimal amount of money as rental just to ensure that there is commitment amongst the students. So we will be doing a very good service to students when we approach entrepreneurship in that particular way. And again, we need to spend less time in class with students. Students need to be out there to explore what is available. So I have decided that rather than me sharing the stories for MUT studentpreneurs, let them come here and share their own stories. So I have a group. I have Nombulelo Ncube, who is a committee of practice representative on behalf of MUT at EDHE. Nombulelo is with her team. We have a team, 2 students that are social entrepreneurs. They will share their story. We have 2 students that are in the agricultural sector. And those students that are in the agricultural sector, is amazing that they are already in the value chain of big corporates within our province. Then we also have other students that are just doing general businesses. So I am now going to hand over to Nombulelo Ncube to start the journey with the team that she is with. Over to you, Nombulelo.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Everyone present at this meeting, as well as the online audience. So my name is Nombulelo Ncube, and I'm an advanced diploma student at Mangosuthu. I'm registered for human resource management. I am the elected studentpreneur COP representative for MUT from EDHE. And I am also for entrepreneurship skills within the institution for accounting second year level students. So my responsibility as the COP is to coordinate entrepreneurship programs on campus and encourage other students as well to form parts of the entrepreneurial activities that are available there, understanding the current states of our economy and basically the need for entrepreneurship empowerment among students. I am the CEO and co-founder of Zinoma Kwesa Group. It is a group with registered businesses under it as well. So currently we're focusing on business management and HR consulting. Yes, we specialize in human resources and also human resource development. Present here with me is my team, our student entrepreneurs from MUT, and they'll be basically briefing us about their businesses and their entrepreneurial journeys, as well as the entrepreneurship lifestyle as well, because as students and entrepreneurs at the same time, those are 2 spaces that actually need some sort of a maintenance lifestyle. So they're going to be briefing us about that, and we will get to know what other what can they advise other students or other youth of Africa at large? And we're going to have, yes, lessons for other SA youth as well. Thank you.
Greetings, I am Magabongo Sitole. I'm a convener and also a spokesperson of the Jabulani Foundation. Jabulani Foundation was initially established by a guy named Jabulani Mngadi, who comes from a rural area. From his background, that is what motivated him, because he actually found out that most of the learners or most of the youngsters who grew up at rural areas end up not going to high institutions, not because of lack of funds or lack of information or lack of things or finances at their background, but the initial cause of them not getting access to high institutions is due to lack of resources and due to just lack of information. So as people know that most of the things now are actually done online with regards to applying to go to high institutions, and most learners, due to lack of resources, they end up not getting their spots, not because they do not have the grades, but due to the fact that they do not have resources. So the Jabulani Foundation was initially established to ensure that we reach out to local communities, people who actually are a bit disadvantaged, and we go there to actually give them information, because some people think they cannot access high institutions because of their background. But we give out information, we offer career guidance, we assist them with CO and NSFAS applications so that they get actually access to high institutions. Understanding that even some who have access to resources, they end up applying for courses that they do not qualify for due to lack of information. So we offer career guidance. Our main purpose is to ensure that we increase chances of a person getting access to high institution. We actually look at what a person's abilities with their grades, and we tell you that these are the options that are actually available for you, so that when they apply for courses that they have got higher chances of them getting into high institutions. And also we offer youth development programs, and at the same time we offer women empowerment programs. But in as much as our main focus was basically on the youth side, but we understand that there are a lot of gaps in the community. There are a lot of people who actually need assistance. So we also give out clothes, we collect clothing, and then we give out to people who are actually in need. So as a business which is dealing with social issues, we've got an issue of funds as we actually an NPO. So we have made it our duty to get as many funds as possible, because our main purpose is to reach out to as many communities as possible, not just communities which are nearby. But in order for us to reach out to communities that are even further from us, is for us to get funds, in order for us to get transportation. So how we generate funds, we've got businesses that we actually work in collaboration with, successful businesses that are started by students. We actually receive donations from them. And at the same time, in as much as we're NPO, we assist people freely. But there are some people who are actually advantaged that require our services. So if they pay for our service, we take those as donations in order for us to reach out to those people who are actually in need due to lack of resources. So initially now we are running a fundraising program whereby we are actually utilizing our students in the institution, whereby we are selling to them, and then those funds are going to be generated in order for us to actually launch more programs, in order for us to reach out to as many communities as possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. In front of you, Tetelelo Kozwayo, a co-owner of Casa Steering Football Development. Casa Steering Football Development is an NPO that aims to develop, train, and empower youth who have passion to play soccer and become soccer professionals in the future. Our services also include intensive training to develop players' soccer skills. We are looking forward in getting more sponsors and donors to assist us in creating employment in our society and for us as a group who started an NPO. Africans, growing youth is a very important thing to do in our communities to protect them from doing wrong things like drugs and getting into criminalities. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. That's all I have for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to you all standing before you as Mtia Tensi. Introducing to you Tembalama Zubane, PCY Ltd. Is an agricultural company which is located in Dwedwe rural community and it consists of 16 hectares. We're planting and selling vegetable primarily such as dry beans, maize meal, sweet potato, madumbe, spinach, and carrots. This company consists of two parts. The second part of it is implementing the RM pump. This is a irrigation system that's pumping water from gentle slope to steep slope. This pump is only uses air to work, which means we are saving money for electricity or petrol. For now, we are using traditional methods to produce our final products. And I believe that today, agricultural technologies such as robots, temperature, and moisture soil sensors will make our company more profitability. For now, I had 3 employees, which means I'm reducing the unemployment rates in our community. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all I have for you today. I thank you.
Good day to all entrepreneurs out there. My name is Musam Keze, and I am the owner of Manang Farming. Manang Farming is an agricultural business. We produce sugarcane and bananas. We produce about 6.5 hectares of sugarcane and 4 hectares of bananas. Over the years, we have created 15 temporary jobs, and we have a program where we teach young people how to grow food. What I can say about young people who have access to land just like I do, I think they should read books about history, because if they are able to understand history, they will know the value of land. By knowing the value of land, they will see the need of involving themselves with agriculture. So we also have partnership with Mpolozi Sugar Mill. For bananas, we supply to local spaza shops and street vendors. Our mission is to supply to bigger supermarkets and create permanent jobs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Nobile Nchangase, the CEO and manager of Inmobile Holdings. Inmobile Holdings is a group company that currently has 2 other companies operating under it in the hospitality industry. We have Q's Eyes, which supplies eyes to local pubs and local restaurants and hotels. We also have Fresh Cuts by Q, of which prepares ready cut vegetables to supply to restaurants for meal preparation. And as for my inspiration, I think I draw my inspiration from mostly my love and passion for business. I've always been inspired by business. I've always had that great love for business, and also my background influence, because I come from a business-orientated background. Also, that has more influence on my inspiration. As for a word of inspiration to aspiring female entrepreneurs, knowing that entrepreneurship is mostly a male-dominated industry, I would say you need to learn to break the mold, fight your fears, always be ready to step up to any challenge, always be ready to take up any challenge, have perseverance as well as passion, learn on the job, because entrepreneurship is all about learning along the way, and seek out support, simply because no man is an island. You can't build a structure with no support. So seeking out support from others helps you to be stronger and learn more in your entrepreneurship journey. Also be ready to help others out, because the more you help others out is the more you also get to gain more knowledge. And also believe in your craft, believe in what you do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the MT student premier story. So this is just the beginning for us, and we are hoping to grow this family next year with all the plans that we have in collaboration with Xoli's department, and we really are hoping to improve the economic participation of our students so that we try and reduce the rate of unemployment that is facing our youth. We are always very appreciative to the support that we get from the VC's office, from the DVC's office, as well as from the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences. We are hoping to do greater things next year with the support that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mthembu. Thank you to our student entrepreneurs at MUT. There is no denying that the seed of entrepreneurship has germinated. The plants are growing. Of course, more still needs to be done in the way of support, in the way of incubating and mentorship for our entrepreneurs. With those few words, I'm gonna open the floor. But maybe before I do that, I just want to pick Mr. Cyril Ndaba's brain. He's been with us since the beginning of this week to just talk a bit about this connection between entrepreneurship and internationalization, that link between the two.
Yes, thank you very much for that ambush. Is it the Q&A session now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. No. I mean, mine that just have been a comment because I was just thinking first and foremost, I mean, let me just thank, our panelists here for very thought-provoking, mentally stimulating contributions. I should say that what I was going to ask here is how, this whole agenda, of entrepreneurship filters down, because that's my main worry. How does it filters down, to the missing, they always say it's the missing middle. And what sort of interventions, because there are certain instances, I remember when I grew up, we had the vocational schools, Edendale, which produced, so many plumbers and what have you, and the carpenters and the builders and what have you, something that we are seriously lacking, nowadays. And but that was a political expedition, of the late Minister of Higher Education, Kaida Asmal, and we no longer have that. And I also liked, the angle, Madame Gubane, that you came with, that we can also learn, from Africa's experiences. I've always been intrigued, by people who've never been to school, coming from Mozambique, in particular, Mozambicans and Zimbabweans, that, they're so much imbued with this spirit of entrepreneurship. The township economies here, where I come from, in Claremont Township, you find that it's them, who are doing the mechanic jobs, the plumbing jobs. And what about our youth? At some point, I was approached, by somebody in the San Francisco who had just retired. He used to supply, plastics to Boeing company, the aeroplanes in the Washington, Seattle state. And he wanted, to train the youths in South Africa, a legacy. Now, what happened, I took that proposal, developed it, and I sent it, I won't mention the province, but I sent it to a premier's office. And I'm telling you that today, that was way back in 2012 when I did that. Today, that proposal is still gathering dust. When there is, this kind of goodwill, from the international community, that what is it that we can do, for young entrepreneurs in South Africa? And you find that we've got gatekeepers. Nothing gets done. I remember that in 2012, I also approached, the city of Durban. I'm going to say that. I approached the city of Durban because I had identified, so many opportunities. It's a port city, and where I was placed, it was in Los Angeles, which is also a port city. And then I crafted a so-called certificate of friendship, between the two port cities. I identified the areas of cooperation in so many fields. And that certificate of friendship, it's a very rare reach out by the city of Los Angeles. It only has 4. Before Durban, the city of Durban, they had only 3, 2 in the United Kingdom. That is Manchester and London, and the third one was in Lodz in Poland, and Durban became the 4th. It was signed, I was there witnessing it, by the late deputy mayor of the city of Durban. I had identified, all the areas of cooperation, whether it's education, maritime issues, from which our youth and students, could have learned a lot. I'm going to say it mouthful. I'm not going to mince my words. It was signed on the 29th of January, 2013. I still remember the date. And I've raised this with the powers that be. I said there is a document that's lying in one official's corner, cupboard, a cabinet, and it's gathering dust there. So there's so much goodwill, in this thing. People want to impart their skills, their experiences to us here in South Africa, but we move at a snail's pace. So, and well, the question still remains, which I have, how this could be expanded, to reach out, to that, missing, because it's not all students, who in their lifetimes, would enroll in a university of technology or any other university. It's not all of them, some because as I just picked up, that example of Edendale College. People with standard 5, standard 6 used to go there, and they came back and became employers they themselves, being mechanics and what have you. Do we still have South African-born mechanics? Do we still have South African-born plumbers? Do we still have, South African-born whatever, draftsmen? So it's just that. My comment is just based on that there is this willingness, readiness, willingness, and the ability of people there, out there in the international world, to cater for these people. I'm reminded of one story about Roy Clay. He developed, the fastest moving computer way back in the mid 50s. He had been expelled as a student in Ferguson, where they still, Dr. Ajayi, where they still hunt black people like rabbits, the white extremists and whatever. But he went on and developed, the fastest moving computer of the time. So these are some of the things, which, it's a low-hanging fruits. It's a low-hanging fruits. And then having had also the studentpreneurs, complaining, sort of voicing out their frustration with regards to funding. I don't know if at all MUT can also assist them, talk to the National Youth Development Agency for funding, the lottery, as well also the embassies, the Embassy of the United States, USAID, and DFID, in the United Kingdom. Perhaps maybe that could also be the intervention by MUT. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand back to the speakers. Any comments? I can't seem to see any hands on the charts or any question. Oh, I see a hand. Maybe let's take a hand before I hand back to the speakers to respond. Dr. Gacha, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you, team, for inspiring sharing. I was quite impressed by the voices from the field. I think that is what is very, very important. And I've made a comment in the chat box that in such a platform with students actually presents or provides a superior student experience whilst at the university. And I would encourage you to continue presenting in such events and elsewhere externally with students. That actually transforms the students' university life experience, and such students become powerful alumni. And if they are blessed with resources, they will actually reinvest to MUT as part of their contribution and appreciation. Just as a follow-up to Rendaba, I would wonder whether I didn't hear it coming through, what the university is actually doing in terms of helping in their entrepreneurship clinics regarding their experience in terms of the niche areas within accessible geographical area, and in terms of business ideas, because some of the students may be coming from deeply marginalized geographical contexts within KZN, and they may be limited in terms of identifying business ideas or niche areas, because a list of possible businesses in the surrounding at Umlazi and the surrounding areas would actually help inspire more students to participate in entrepreneurship. And also, I liked the approach or the perspective of actually learning from the entire continent. A few countries have been mentioned. If you actually go to Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Tanzania, and see what the youth are actually doing, even in Ghana and so forth, you will be amazed. The Kenyan poultry industry and tree planting, selling of trees and so forth, it's really quite an enterprising business for the youth. And I have also appreciated the manner they engage, for instance, in piggery and so forth. And there's a lot actually to learn even from South Africans. I have been to Potchefstroom and I've seen some piggery farming, and I've also learned about vertical agriculture in terms of utilizing the small spaces at home, urban farming. Those are some of the opportunities that are actually available for the youth. Otherwise, I thank everybody for this session. That was wonderful sharing, quite inspiring, particularly sharing by the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I've just been made aware that the program that I was using was not up to date because I skipped one speaker, which I want to use the last part of the session to give him a chance to also share his contribution. Our next session is starting at 10:40. We're supposed to go on a break, but I'm going to give the next speaker to just wrap up the session. And for those of us who are here at the ICC, we can continue with the conversations with our students, and fortunately all our speakers are here. But for those of you who are joining us virtually, we are going to end at 10:35. So Mr. Mafa, over to you, and my apologies.
Do you mind if I use your computer?
You can definitely use my computer.
No, I want to, but I'm not. Try and sort it out. Greetings, everyone. I'm still trying to sort out our technology here. My Gmail too. So my name is Andile. I'm an alumni of MUT. Actually, in my former life, I used to be a cost accountant, but right now I'm a local coordinator for Umlazi for Ranyaga Community Transformation. Now I'll try and run quickly while we're sorting out the presentation. Who are we? We're doing community work from a town planning perspective. Most of the time when people do community work, they do a random, sporadic, or they are responding to a crisis. From our view as Ranyaga is that use a town planning thinking that in the next 5 to 10 years, where do you want to see Umlazi? And what are the key catalyst things that you can move to actually take Umlazi forward? Then we begin to engage the community of Umlazi around that to say, what are these key things that you have? Who are heroes in your space that are actually moving things forward? And we invite them around the table. In the case that we did this year, we invited a few academics and staff from Mangosuthu to say, Mangosuthu is an institution in Umlazi, therefore it's a very significant institution of development. So it's a type of a hero. So we want Mangosuthu on the table in terms of, as we think of the next 5 to 10 years of Umlazi, what things would look like. So for us, it's a very relevant partner. Secondly, we don't do this thing as Ranyaga ourselves. We have partnered with Nedbank. Our partnership with Nedbank is on a perspective that Nedbank says, look, I want to go beyond banking. I want to be a person in the community who's driving a change, who's making people proud of their space. If you go to Mega City right now, the bank has changed. We have community meeting spaces, we have community interacting spaces, and I think there are only 3 tellers right now. Probably in future there'll be less. Because the idea is that let's go beyond banking. Let the branch now be a place where the community can drive innovative thinking. So that is where we're beginning to do things. Now, the idea is that Nedbank wants to do a number of things. One, we want to create a positive social change. That by how do we do this? We focus on 4 things. One, we want to see how we can make the community that we're working with economical, both in terms of productivity and employment. Number 2, Ubuntu, social cohesion. Sometimes we think, whenever we think entrepreneurship and business, we forget that the driver of these things is community. So if there's no Ubuntu, social cohesion, that connectivity, businesses starve, businesses die. If you go to some small towns, I'll make an example of some Afrikaner towns that I usually go to. What drives economy there is the fact that these people know each other. They have long relations. They know who produces what, how. Then out of that Ubuntu environment, they build an ecosystem that whenever you need something, I pick up a call. So it's very important to build Ubuntu for entrepreneurship. Number 3, healthy and active communities. These are very big industries. If you go health, education, and active community, those are big industries that needs to be looked into very carefully. I was asking someone the other day, how much tissue is spent in Mangosuthu? Just tissue paper. Tissue paper. Because of an education institution, there are certain systems that come in. So education spends a lot of money. So entrepreneurs need to be aware of that. Health. How much supplies are within Umshieni Hospital? So we need that to be seen by people. Number 4, we need communities to be safe, clean, and attractive. We usually have a saying, if the community is attractive, criminals won't be roaming around. Go check. Places that are funny and damp, criminals thrive. But once a place becomes clean and attractive and beautiful, I don't know how criminals relate to that, but they can't do crime in that space. So what do we do? Exactly, can you go to my second slide? So our process, no, the previous one, yeah. Our process usually is first, like any other research process or under town planning process, we go to desktop and find out more about Umlazi. That's what we did. Number two, we then had a dialogue. We invited 3 groups. One, it was academics and youth and businesses. The other group was principals of schools. The other group was different movers and shakers in Umlazi, people who are making a difference. We essentially did a scorecard which is 1.5 hours to fill. Can you score Umlazi for us? That scorecard we used to actually see what opportunities, if ever it was red, that's an opportunity. It's not a bad thing that Umlazi has a lot of crime. We found out that in Umlazi there are only 2 security companies operating there, which is a problem. We found out that in Umlazi alarms are not being used. We found out that in Umlazi there are no gated communities. That's why there's a lot of crime. So when that scorecard become a basis of our thinking from a town planning view. Number 3, we develop a plan of how do we actually build an ecosystem, because from our view is that you don't move one thing. You have to move 3 or 5 things at the same time so that you can have impact. So the things that we focused on for now was 1, let's see how we can actually help ECDs become compliant and stable and move to basic education properly. Number 2, businesses. How can we help businesses in Umlazi to thrive? Sometimes we discover that the first thing is not money. The first thing is how they've organized themselves. They don't talk to each other. One of the things that have happened lately, a network of 1,000 businesses around eThekwini, they created a space that says, look, we as Black people don't play golf, but we braai. So they said, wear your brand and come let's braai. In that braai, what we talk about is business. The braai is created for business. Right now, those businesses are doing business with each other. So one of the things we're doing as program is to create that space. So we're supporting that wear your brand and braai. And from there, we're beginning to probably partner with Mangosuthu in future to say, can you train our entrepreneurs who are in the space? So you're moving that part. Another part you're moving is collaboration. Maybe let me go to the next slide, please, just to run through this very quickly. So those are our 10 programs that we kind of try and actually allow people to move. One of the interesting one is tell your story. Are you guys aware that story of Umlazi has not been told? No one tells of the history of this place. No one tells of the Sandile Zungus who were born in Umlazi or Namazulu. No one tells our story. Yet if you go to small towns that are owned by other races, stories are told, magazines are told. You even have a history of a place. We can actually economically do something about our history in Umlazi. Other things, more structured sport. Sport is money. If you want to know where money goes, in most places, sport. I usually think about the parents who attend soccer games in some schools, how many sport games they attend, and those schools know that the money they're going to make is not from the kids, they're going to make it from the parents. So those are kind of things we need to do. So the idea is that we build these things. Can you go back to the previous slide so I can just finish up something? So Nedbank has committed something. Nedbank has said, look, on every account that is opened in Umlazi, they will take, I think it's 0.25%, or it's 2.5% of their bank charges and put in a fund. That basically goes to whatever that we want to do in Umlazi. I'm not sure right now how many accounts are opened in Mecca City and Umnyando, but our fund that we're going to use in Umlazi is generated by that. So whenever someone opens a bank account in Nedbank, that money goes into this fund, just for us to, for lack of a better word, play around with in Umlazi. So there is other things we do in terms of continuous activating people, like us engaging this platform. Number 2, project management. These things that we do in terms of these many projects we do, we essentially have to project manage them continuously because we have also other people who make us accountable, so we need to report back to them. So let's go probably to the 4th slide. I just want to finish up quickly. We are present in these nodes right now. As proud of my town, we're present in KZN, it's Umlazi, Gwangwashu. In other places, that's our presence around South Africa right now in terms of this process of Nedbank and Ranyaga engaging and communicating an ecosystem where we know who does what And if I want it, I pick up a call and I find that person. Next slide. So this was our interaction with different people and in Mangosuthu, where we were saying, let's score Umlazi. You can go to the next one. Our feedback session, we were showing people the scorecard itself, that this is how you scored yourself. And these red places are opportunities. You can go to the next one. So one of the things that we do as Ranyaga, which is quite interesting, there's something we call an investment cycle. Essentially, the money we use does not come sometimes only from Nedbank. The money we use comes from different funders who like what we do in communities. So we create something called an investment cycle, where we invite businesses in Umlazi around the table and essentially say, instead of you doing your CSI by yourself, let's put the money in one pot and let's target a very strategic catalyst in the community and do that. So one of the things that Buco did basically to ECG, say, all ECGs are also going to donate this. You distribute it on our behalf. It's going to be my contribution towards what you're doing inside ECDs. So there are other partners that we have in the space. I was just making an example here, how Buco connects to what we do. Next thing. Previous one. Previous one. Also, we're currently working with the soccer teams in MUT to take these young men and say, the problem with gender-based violence is not essentially women. It is the development of a young man. So we're using all the boys who are playing soccer, that is Mangosuthu's boys that we're actually working with here, to actually say, look, let's discuss thoroughly what is the issue with gender-based violence and how you as a man can contribute into ending it. So that's another thing that we do. And also dealing with young girls. Mr. South Africa visited some young girls. I'm sure everybody knows about the looting that happened in Umlazi. We were tracking on Facebook what was going on. We found one hero in Umlazi, Kolani, from AA section. He just threw a poster and said, I want to go clean the malls. Like we said, we're looking for heroes. We jumped the wagon, supported the initiative of cleaning 2 malls in Umlazi, Pilani and Mega City. So that's one of the things that we did. So we literally are on active lookout for people who are active in the community. Next slide. And then we contributed almost more than 350,000 for businesses in Umlazi that we found at the time while we were cleaning, restocking them to say, you lost your stock during the looting. You lost this during the looting. Let's help you restart. One lady is opening a shop on the 3rd of December. She had to move from Pilane to Wamnyandu for that reason. So that's one of the things we're doing right now. Idea of teaching young people about money. One of the things that are very clear in South Africa is that young people can't handle money. So we're having a very frank conversation around money, where money must go, especially the NSFAS allowance. We're very clear about that. That NSFAS allowance is money to start a business. It's not money to chow or drink or whatsoever. So that's one of the sessions we're doing in one university. And then this is an interesting thing that we're currently doing. We want to create a market in Umlazi. Remember, we said we wanted to create an ecosystem, vegetable market. We're taking land in different homes, almost that. We're taking land in different homes to actually plow veggies. Right now, probably we have almost more than 600 cabbages on the ground in Umlazi. I'm not sure how many hectares is that. People who know agriculture will count. But the idea here is that you're creating a small space where people can be activated into being productive, engaged, so that they can actually even learn from others who are not even in South Africa on how small spaces can be used, how a township can become an economic hub, how can we together can take care of ourselves. And then we take it from there. So that's what we're doing. I'll stop right here. But the idea then is that over time, as we take more yards in homes, I do not know how much food we can produce, but we know over time it's going to be a whole lot of food that we can sell. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mafa, and thank you for sharing. I want to once again apologize. I think this session, we would have done justice to this session had we set aside 2 hours or 2.5 hours. There was a lot of sharing, a lot of important information that we all deserve to know, and a lot of the good work that is being done with the students in the business world, with our community. This last session really just wrapped it up, connected all the ideas to how we can benefit our communities. As I said earlier, our next session is going to start at 10:40. I see it's 10:40 now, so we are going to hand over to the next session, which is MUT Collaborations in the International Association of Universities. That session is chaired by Prof. Theo Haupt. As far as I know, we're using the same link. So for those of you who can stay and continue with the sessions, please stay on. There's those of you who cannot, you're more than welcome to continue with your other activities. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for our delegates, our speakers. We're really honored to have you as speakers for this session. I know we have delegates who joined us online, Dr. Gacha, colleagues from the Namibia Institute of Technology. We know you are out there. Thank you so much for joining us. Over and out. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm not sure whether I can start the session, and whether I actually have the rights to be able to upload various clips, which my research assistant has.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Prof. You can go ahead. Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 2 of day 3 of MUT's inaugural International Week, which from the previous session sounded like it's been going well. I'm Professor Haupt, a research professor in the Faculty of Engineering, and I also hold the Saatchi Chair for Sustainable Work, Education, Environment, and Transformation. I'm pleased to chair the session on the links between MUT and a variety of international universities. And to make the session interesting, I have included a number of video clips as well as some live conversations, and you will realize that we live in an uncertain world, and across various time zones, I've got participants from Australia, the US, the UK, Zambia, Japan, and Denmark, all willing to get ready to participate and give input into the session. I'd like to introduce the International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction, commonly referred to as CIB. And MUT has been a member of CIB for the past 3 years. I regularly send out to the faculty information about CIB and CIB activities, and it's one of the largest organizations that deals with built environment research that I'm aware of. And it has a number of working commissions and task groups addressing various topics such as, for example, climate change, education, respect for people, and other related fields such as one more tall buildings, which was in response to what happened in 9/11. And I have been able to request from CIB, the CEO, Don Ward, the international president, Dr. Keith Hampson, who's based in Australia, and Don is based in the UK, and Professor Michael Bim, who is based in the US, to provide me with short clips as part of our International Week. Without any further delay, I'm going to ask Nozipa, who is in my office, to upload the first video clip, which is from Don Ward, the Chief Executive Officer of CIB. Note that it's a pre-recorded clip, and if there are any questions, I certainly can note them and feed them through and then respond at a later stage. So Nozipa, will you upload that particular clip?
Hello, my name is Don Ward. I'm Chief Executive of CIB, Conseil International du Bâtiment, or to give it its English translation, International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction. In short language, we're the global network for construction researchers. We were established in 1953 as an NGO, a non-governmental organization, and we're still under the auspices of the United Nations, and we very much adopt the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals to frame all that we do in terms of supporting research. And our purpose is to support research, to improve the quality of research, and to improve its impact with practitioners and with policymakers. We have a number of core activities, including working commissions and student chapters. You'll hear about those from Michael Beam, our program director, and also every 3 years a major conference, the World Building Congress, which in 2022 will be held in June 2022 in Melbourne, Australia. And you'll hear more about that from Keith Hampson, our president. We have over 100 corporate members of CIB, over 3,000 experts in total, including individual members and so on. They come from universities, but they also come from research and technology organizations, government organizations such as CIDB in South Africa, industry organizations, professional bodies, and individual companies. So it's a very diverse mix of those interested in research and innovation, and it's a delight to work with that network. For more information on what we do, please see our website, cibworld.org, which is on the screen behind me, and it only remains for me to wish you a very enjoyable and successful International Week. Thank you.
Just before we play that next clip, can you just pause that, Nozipo? There are a number of activities and opportunities for researchers at MUT, since we are a member, to participate in. And there is a global network that is available to researchers on any topic. And as a member, you have access to all these members that Don made reference to. And I've often found that just a simple email to one of them about a research question pretty much starts getting a number of immediate responses coming back to you. So over to Nozipo, who's going to allow the clip by the president to proceed.
Hi there. My name is Keith Hampson, and it's my privilege to be the global president of the CIB. It's a wonderful organisation. I commend consideration of involvement in CIB as an organisation, and in particular at the World Building Congress coming up in Melbourne 2022. My day job, I lead the Australian Sustainable Built Environment National Research Centre. Brings together industry, government and researchers across Australia and indeed across the globe, complementing in many ways the activities of the CIB. CIB has been a organization for my career. 40 years been working with industry and government and researchers from universities, national research institutes, and working commissions, in task groups, leading task groups, and providing industry-focused publications that have benefited, I trust, the industry and my colleagues across the globe. I encourage your participation. I encourage your attendance at World Building Congress in Melbourne, 27th of June, 2022, and indeed the engagement in the preeminent global network of construction researchers that is the CIB. Good luck for your MUT International Week. Bye now.
Just before we play the next clip by Professor Michael Beam, the program director, I forgot to mention that I'm currently the board member on the CIB board, and I represent not only South Africa, but MUT in particular. So I thought I would just mention that. Can we go to the program director's presentation? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Beam. I'm CIB's program director and have been in this role for the past 2 years. Thank you for having me do this small short presentation for MUT's International Week. I really appreciate it. CIB is the International Council for Research and Innovation in Building and Construction. It's a global network of researchers from academia and global research institutes. It's a fascinating organization that I've had the pleasure of being in this role for the past 2 years. My role is a part-time role. I have a 0.75 faculty position at East Carolina University in the US. And I'll tell you a little bit about CIB's programs. CIB has over 40 working commissions and task groups from a very diverse group of both individuals and from subject disciplines. Some of the variety that CIB has in terms of its task groups, we have a task group in global construction data, task group in procurement systems, smart and sustainable built environment, law and dispute resolution, people in construction, construction safety, health and well-being. There's a variety of different work groups and task groups that our global network gets involved in. They produce products such as research roadmaps, international conference proceedings, and they facilitate these incredible global collaborative opportunities for folks. Next year is an exciting year for CIB. In 2022, RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia will be hosting the Triennial World Building Congress, where we currently have over 600 abstracts submitted and are looking forward to the full papers. We hope it's going to be an outstanding, wonderful collaborative event. You're also hearing from our president, Keith Hampson, and our CEO, Don Ward, who have spearheaded some incredible initiatives in the past 2 years, such as expanding our student chapter networks and funding opportunities for student chapters. We just had the first ever CIB Best Doctoral Research Award competition, which was an exciting competition. We have a new early career researcher network, which we're doing things like how to become a better manuscript reviewer, a Meet the Editor series, and various other online activities for early career researchers to help them build their careers in built environment research. It's a really exciting opportunity. And I have to tell you that my own individual journey with CIB has been just a very valuable journey as well too. I attended my first ever conference in 2007 at the University of Florida, and I met Professor Theo Haupt at that conference, and a long-standing friendship, both personally and professionally, evolved from that. And I really thank Professor Haupt for inviting me here today to give you a short overview. And my career has certainly been incredibly enhanced by my involvement with CIB and this global collaborative network. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great, great International Week at MUT.
Thank you, Nosipo, for facilitating that for us. There's a couple of other clips later on, but I've invited a very good, not only a friend, but a colleague of mine with whom I've done quite a bit of work, and more recently obtained a grant through the Newton Advanced Fellowships Program, which is run by the British Academy, and it's entitled Harmonization of Construction Health and Safety Practices and Compliance in the Southern African Development Community, or SADC. And I was privileged to work with Professor John Eberhahn, who is a professor of sustainability and environmental law at the London South Bank University. And he's going to chat a little bit about this particular project, but also how he views and how LSBU involves or views working with institutions such as MUT in South Africa. He'll also speak on behalf of Professor David Edwards, who is from the Birmingham City University in the UK, on an NRF competitive program for rated researchers, basically looking at hand-arm vibration syndrome. And we are doing the study in collaboration with Birmingham City University. And unfortunately, due to COVID complications, Professor David Edwards is not available to participate as we anticipated. So I'd like to invite Professor John Eberhard from London South Bank University in the UK to have a chat for the next 15 minutes or so. Welcome, John. And
thank you very much, Professor Hooft. I'd just like to comment quickly on the presentation by CIB, if that is useful. There is a special commission by the CIB, which I belong, focusing on developing countries' research in construction and the built environment. So that is very suitable, and I will encourage colleagues at MUT, to join. I'd just like to comment on the two projects that we have. You talked about the Newton Fellowship. This project revolves around the urgent need to strengthen construction health and safety laws in Africa. Why is that necessary? You can see that everywhere in Africa, there's a rush to provide infrastructure project efforts, and in order to minimize human losses and avoidable injuries, we look at the need to take priority in planning, project planning, implementation, and supervision. As you would find, currently health and safety rules and regulation in the SADC is very weak. There's no lack of adequate safety monitoring and enforcement bodies. It's not structured, and the absence of regulatory framework to oversee the organizational health and safety issues. As a result of this, construction industry, as we view it, we continue to experience issues of health injuries and so on. So that is the motivation for this research. So our aim, the aim of this project, is to look into harmonization of construction health and safety among group of nations in SADC region. So what we are trying to do or seeking to do is to establish the specific level of health and safety practices and standards as they pertain to each SADC member state. And why is this necessary? We are looking to determining the extent of uniformity necessary. If we are going to request for uniformity of laws and regulations, we need to know what the existing procedure, structure, and institutions in place are. We also want to explore pathways for introducing a framework that will allow standardization of health and safety practices through rules and regulations and the strategy for implementation across the region. Why is this necessary? We have seen in other regions and in other parts of the world, particularly in Africa, how multinational companies are using this, as a bargain of entering into these countries. And by doing this, they are violating basic health and safety rules and regulations. We also want to investigate and determine the extent of the variance in commonality. We want to see, the statutory laws of SADC member states. We want to determine the effectiveness and corresponding domestic institutions that there are enhancing the implementations so that we can see how it can be well regulated and monitored across the region. And that is very, very important, to us to look at that aspect. We also want to investigate the extent to which SADC member states can learn from the standardization and harmonization of the health and safety, in Europe, because we took the template from the European Union, in particular, benchmarking that against the strategic approaches of the United Kingdom to see how the UK interpreted the EU laws into their own laws. And we believe that, South Africa could benefit, from that. So we also want to see how the regulations can be used strategically and to explore the opportunities in using public sector project procurement as a baseline to trigger this kind of regulations we are hoping to see are put in place. Why is that important? Because the greatest, or if you like, the public sector is one of the largest customers of construction, or largest consumer of construction services across, the region. So we want to also explore the opportunities, okay, to quantify the perceived threats and challenges to the implementation and harmonization stages of health and safety across the region. We have visited so many countries across the region: South Africa, Malawi, Zambia, Botswana, Mozambique, across the globe. One of the interesting things that we found out, it was almost Professor Hooft and us here in the UK were almost as if we are soothsayers, right? We have a mirror for looking at the future. When we went to, when we got to Botswana, we went to the SADC headquarters. And to tell you the importance and significance of this research, they told us that maybe the regional players will sit down and listen to us. That SADC has been trying to do this for the past, 7, 8 years, but that no national government or officials are willing to release information and discuss the topic at all. So with this in mind, we had to devise ways of getting information and talking to various stakeholders across the different geographical jurisdiction in the region. We are succeeding, and we're making significant progress. It is quite interesting the way that these people have responded to us. So we are at the last stage of our work. We collected our data, luckily enough, just before COVID set in, okay? But since COVID, we have been restricted to desktop analysis of our data, which is quite robust and enriching. What is left now are the 2 workshops that came as a package with the grant proposal. One, to organize a workshop in South Africa among the critical stakeholders to look at how they can buy into the project, and then to hold a similar workshop in London where Theo Hooft and the researchers in South Africa can join us here, and then look at the report, what we have produced, in conjunction with Health and Safety Executive in the UK, the United Kingdom construction industry, to take that initiative forward. So that is what that's our position with the first project. And the second project, I like to talk about this, as Professor Hu said, the leading colleague in the UK is currently indisposed, but I contribute to the research as well, and sufficiently equipped to talk about it very, very briefly. Is the impact of HAVs, okay, on construction workers. That is handheld, vibrators, vibrations in the construction among workers. This research, intends to look into how construction workers respond in this area. So similarly, it's about enhancing organizational health and safety of workers. So it looks at how handheld vibration exposure levels, of construction workers affect their long-term health and well-being. Because research has shown that excessive exposure to HAV can lead to handheld, vibration syndrome. It's a major health hazard. Safety and well-being issues are very serious, and they can cause irreparable, damage. So we're looking at the likelihood of preempting the onset of this kind of health issues by looking at the probability of restricting this to a permissible, level. So the objective of this research is very, very clear, is to enhance and preserve the health and well-being of workers, to improve their quality of life, because there is life after construction. Incidentally, we just finished an international conference yesterday where speakers from all over the world were emphasizing that construction or built environment education should desist from seeing construction activities or construction industry as a monolithic, exercise where we focus on just the product. We want to build a building. We talk about materiality, projects, stakeholders, and supply chain. We hardly focus on what happens in the process of constructing, that building. I remember many years ago when somebody came from South Africa to present us the fantastic Union building, and went on to describe the aesthetic, structural integrity, and functionality of the building. After all said and done, I asked him, how many lives did it cost to build that Union building in South Africa? And who were those lives? The whole hall was quiet. So when you see iconic buildings, you go to Dubai and talk about Burj Khalifa, you go to Guggenheim Museum, you look at all these wonderful iconic buildings. You imagine how iconic these buildings will become if the construction or builders are simply required to put a plaque in front of that building and say, to construct this edifice, 20 lives were lost, so many limbs were broken, XYZ. That building immediately stopped becoming, iconic. So we also want to look at this, not just extending the lifespan of construction workers, but we also want to look at what employers can benefit from this in terms of what the manufacturers can benefit from this in setting better levels for vibration relating to equipment, and also to assist employers and distributors of tools to generate, debate and consider the necessary intervention that will eliminate or reduce existing level of vibration. Finally, we also want to look at how our research can assist government and regulatory bodies, to draft appropriate legislation to cover use of equipment and tools that generate vibrations, as well as the consequences of exposure to a typical third world labor force. If you look at what the Chinese are doing in Africa, you will know the importance and significance of this research. When we went to Lesotho, we were shocked what we found. And may I say this, our definition of construction is so restricted to just buildings, and sometimes they extend it, to bridges and roads. What happens? What method do they use in the mines? The equipment we are talking about is extensively used in mines across South Africa. And the story we heard in Lesotho about these foreign multinationals coming in and without any protection, etc., we felt so much confidence and belief, self-worth, that what we are doing here is worthwhile. It deepens our zeal and motivation, to go ahead. So as with the first project, COVID-19 has hindered us, and the approaches taken to deal with this issue of COVID across different global jurisdictions meant that we are now confined to our desk research. In order to embark on the next stage, we have to sort of hold those workshops where we can compare and validate our data. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank Mangosuthu University as an institution that is not only supporting research, but is also ensuring internationalization and exposure of staff and students to global knowledge and pedagogy, because researches that we do also inform our teaching. And finally, to those, the international office at both institutions, you can only imagine what they go through. Sometimes we have to wake them up midnight, because the way the grant application comes, they don't just come and give you 6 months or 1 year, to work on this. They come and say, we want you, we got 2 million available. These are the countries you need to work with. If you have your partners in Africa and they fall within the institution, you only got matters of days, to deal with this. So anytime you hear Professor Hooft or anybody coming to you at the international office, please bear with us. We are only responding to global international demand. I thank you for this wonderful opportunity to explain to you what we do, what those engagement between us and Mangosuthu University translates in real life. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, John, for making yourself available and sharing with us passionately about the work that we currently engage. And I'm looking forward to when I can welcome you back to Mangosuthu University of Technology in Umlazi once all the travel restrictions are out of the way, so that you can interact personally with a number of the wonderful colleagues that are in the research fraternity at the university and widely. And I look forward to continuing our relationship, which has been over many, many years. We started in the apartheid year, if you recall, and continues even today across the country. So I think there's time for one question from John, and then I think we can release him. Is there anyone who wants to ask John anything? He's very provocative. By now you've established that. I'm not sure whether I saw. Yeah. Hold on, let's see.
There was a hand raised, yeah.
Yeah, and it disappeared. Okay, John, thank you so much. And hold on, there is someone from Kaniki Tumba. Do you want to field your or raise your question and give John an opportunity to respond? Over.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I had just a quick question to Prof. Ebohon. It's related to the people who are involved in this wonderful research. Do you have researchers in all the SADC countries, or you have just a small team limited to the two of you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you were bid for research fund, you have to identify those you want to work with. The research is situated at MUT, but across the region, across the SADC region, we have participants that have been delegated to work with us, but they are not researchers. They provide information, for us. And that is why we want to carry out the workshop where we have the opportunity to provide our findings. Okay.
Thank you, John. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And we'll move on with our program, and our conversation will continue. Maybe I'll just give Gata Gotson an opportunity to field his question while we have you. Can you proceed and ask your question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. John, I'd like to find out in Botswana who is a participant in terms of sharing information that you require.
The information required for the research or the product of the research?
For the research.
Your information for the.
I heard you say you have participants from a number of SADC member states.
Yeah.
So I was just interested in respect of Botswana, who is your participant?
Oh, well, our participant there, we met with the Ministry of Works.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ministry of Works. That's where we got most of our data from, and then we also talked to the trade unions, organization, bodies. We didn't just want to hear from one side. All the key stakeholders were identified and consulted. We talked to women group. We talked to a lot of third sector participants. We didn't just go to one sector, and you wouldn't expect us coming from the UK not to be aware of the weaknesses if you were just to collect your data from one source.
No, I'm glad they actually responded very well. I thought you ended up with the SADC headquarters only. Thank you so much.
No. We Professor Hooft will tell you the extent that we have gone. We actually visited most of the countries in the region, and we wouldn't leave until we felt we have approached and got information from appropriate stakeholders. And not only that, we're able to corroborate some of this primary data with secondary data, because secondary data can be very, very critical in the sense that these have been published, for different reasons for which you are attaching contemporary, research meanings. So we actually validated the data. As you well know, in our panel, the information you give or you put in or the data you collect is just as good as the information that you get back.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, John. Just to add, we did meet with the University of Botswana, and we spoke to a number of researchers there, and as a result, one of them is now my PhD candidate. So thank you so much, John. And we're going to move on with our program, and we'll stay in touch with you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Nozipo, can you upload the clip by Dr. Ephraim Zulu from the Copperbelt University of Zambia to just talk quickly about the GCSSRP program, Sustainable Built Environment Higher Education for the Future, that we are busy working on, which is, as one of the products is the Construction Education Summit, which will be held in the beginning of December. Can you upload that, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ephraim Zulu. I'm a researcher and lecturer at the Copperbelt University in Kitwe. I have an international collaboration with Professor Haupt, who was also my PhD supervisor. Our current project is called Sustainable Built Environment Higher Education for the Future. The project questions the manner in which higher education is currently delivered, arguing that the teacher-centered approach is responsible for the poor quality of graduates we see coming from the universities. Our project and our research focus argues that an inquiry-based approach, which is a student-centered approach, is best suited to deliver built environment education that can meet the needs of our future. The argument is that there is a difference between teaching and learning. While on one hand, we teach our graduates and they graduate, when they go into the world of work, they carry with them no real world skills except the fact that they pretty much passed the tests that we give them. This is similar to the caption there where one boy argues that he taught his dog how to whistle, and the friend says he can't hear the dog whistle. And the friend argues that I never said he learned, I said I taught him. And so that really underscores the fact that there is in fact a difference between teaching and learning. And this is mostly because teaching is focused on the lecturer, who in many cases is very knowledgeable and excited about the material they're delivering. The students, on the other hand, very often are not interested. Learning, however, is focused on the learner, and so learning is best able to take place. In this project, we have several collaborators, of course, myself from the Copperbelt University. We've got a collaborator from the University of Cape Town, from Central University of Technology, and from London South Bank in the United Kingdom. And of course, the principal researcher is Professor Haupt from Mangosuthu University of Technology. Thank you for listening. Hello, everyone. My name is Ephraim Zulu.
Okay. As a follow-up to that presentation, I was privileged to attend a CIB board meeting in Copenhagen, Denmark, a few weeks ago, and I was privileged to visit the Aalborg University, something that I always do when I travel internationally, to visit other universities. And I came across pretty much what our Global Change Social Science Research Program is focused on. And just before I introduce you to Professor Lika Bertal, who I've never met personally, but we've been communicating with each other, and she's agreed to be a live participant for a few minutes today. And I just looked at Aalborg University, their growth from 1974 to 2021. They started with 2,100 students and 250 researchers. They now have almost 23,500 students and 2,360 researchers. What was fascinating for me is that the university adopted a problem-based learning approach across all its programs within the university. And despite having adopted this innovative approach, they ranked number 23 among the world's best young universities. They are number 4 among the world's best engineering programs, according to the MIT report of 2018. And they actually are the best engineering university in Europe and number 6 in the world. And I've asked Professor Lika Bertal to join us and speak to us about the kind of education that they present, or the pedagogy at the Aalborg University. And their hope is at some point we will develop a MOA with between Mangosuthu University and Aalborg. And she's from the Center for Problem-Based Learning in Science, Engineering and Sustainability, under the auspices of UNESCO. And Lika, welcome. Thank you for agreeing to speak to us. You can share what you have on your mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Professor Haupt. I'm very pleased to be here. And it was a quite short notice I was invited, so I haven't prepared like a long talk with slides. I'm more here to have an open discussion, but of course I would like to follow up on what you just said and just share a little bit about the sort of the history and also where we're at right now in terms of our engineering programs and the development also in digitalization in the programs. So as you said, we have a model here where the students spend 50% of their time in projects, and all courses in the curriculum must support those projects. So students really early on in the first year get experience with working in projects, with working with problem-based learning and working also self-directed and self-organized. They all have appointed the supervisor throughout, which is something that I think it's important that the students get facilitation, supervision, and advice along the way. And they also work in networks, so groups share across both across within the program, but also across disciplines more and more to develop the projects they work with. A lot of our projects address sustainability in many different ways, especially in our engineering programs, but also in other faculties. And the recent development in that area is to have bigger projects. So right now, students work in groups of 4 to 7 people for 3-4 months per semester, depending on sort of the structure of the semester, but mostly the full semester. This is the model that we've worked with since the 70s. But now we're looking into bigger, larger projects, more extended projects that cover maybe 2-3 years, 6 semesters of students joining, then leaving, then maybe joining again, sort of a more flexible hybrid approach to the projects. And they work in larger networks of groups. So that is something that we're looking into. How can we have students from energy, students from construction, students from planning working together in creating sustainable solutions for the future? And then just briefly, as before we maybe can have a bit more conversation, I wanted to also just address a little bit about the impact of COVID on this model. Because of course, the whole higher education system was affected a lot by the lockdowns and the rapid digitalization that we were forced to dive into. And I will say we were not fully prepared. We are very sort of campus-based university with workspaces for the students. I'm looking out here because I have all the students sitting out here working. And so that has been our approach, but we had to rethink this. And actually, it turned out that the model was very suitable, very flexible for these shifts. The students were able to complete their projects and actually were also able to redesign projects. So, for instance, using digital methods in data collection and analysis, whereas they would have otherwise have to maybe not do the data collection. We also used, of course, simulations and other ways of product development in a time where we couldn't meet physically and use the labs. So I think what we learned from that was that our model is quite sustainable. It's scalable as well. As you said, we started out with about 2,000 students and now we have more than 20,000 students. It is scalable, but it is a sort of a cultural process also of rethinking the teacher role and the student role in that way. So I hope this was an introduction that was enough for maybe a couple of questions and discussion.
I'm hoping my colleagues will ask you some questions. Just one that we were talking about was, how did the students respond to this PBL approach, which is probably very different to what they experience at high school?
Yes, I will say though that our high schools are also starting to implement PBL, especially in the technical high schools. So the students that are coming in now have more experience and are a little bit more, they feel more, I guess, comfortable in working that way. But there will be some pushback from students because they're sort of socialized into expecting a lot of chalk and talk, a lot of the teacher as the expert, and this this model is shifting the responsibility and also demanding the students' engagement. I will say it usually takes a semester, then they can see, see the light, the purpose. And one thing that we're working on in this respect is also making the students more aware of their competencies. So what are their interpersonal competencies? What are their structural competencies related to project management and sort of the overall time planning and all of this. Also their problem-oriented competencies. How creative are they? Are they able to think sustainable and to think about stakeholders, communities, and so on? And then also learning, like how are they assessing their own learning and how are they setting learning goals for themselves throughout their stay here?
Thank you. your views on internationalization, international collaborations, and possibly partnerships with a university such as MUT. How do you see that, and how does Aalborg view that?
It is something that we are always very interested in. We have a lot of collaboration with other institutions that are thinking about sort of redesigning education, redesigning their approach and implementing problem-based learning. We, of course, also have research collaboration, both within sort of the more technical fields and related to the domains, but also related to PBL and engineering education. As a UNESCO center, we also have an obligation to sort of share our experiences and build communities related to PBL around the world. And we do that already, both in Africa and in South Africa as well now, also in India, in South America, China, and the US. So we do have a lot of outreach in that way, and that's sort of the purpose of the center that I'm sitting in. So it's definitely something that we're interested in. Also, the collaboration between our students, I think, could be really interesting. So having students work together on projects is really motivating, both for our students, for the students that internationally we collaborate with. And we're also able to see more impact of the student projects when we work together like that.
Lika, you mentioned something earlier about technology. You know, how do you integrate technology into your program?
Well, so I mean, there are different levels of technological integration into the programs, of course, depending on the disciplines and the domains. Technology is something that we are the biggest IT university in Denmark, so we have the most IT candidates, IT and design. We also have more sort of, you could say, science and engineering faculty, so we have both the IT and the science representation. I think we've seen that whereas the curriculum are quite stable in a sense that they are like 5 years and then a redesign every 5 years, or like a assessment of the curriculum, we see that the projects are where the students adopt new technology. It's where they do the real innovation, and the flexibility within that model to integrate new technology and develop new technology is something that I think is one key aspect of why we are one of the better engineering engineering universities in the Europe and in the world as well. So the flexibility of that and the integration and the collaboration with companies that develop technology, I think is key here. So collaborating with community, collaboration with companies is one way to secure this innovation in the program, and also, of course, that students get a job afterwards.
Thank you, Lika. I promise not to keep you beyond the time slot we agreed, but if there's any questions from any of our attendees or participants, can you ask them now? If you don't get a chance, in discussions with Lika, we are looking at trying to get her to come to South Africa, and then in exchange, we'd also like to get some of our colleagues from MUT to visit Aalborg as well. So we are exploring those possibilities and student exchanges as well. I note that there are no questions for you, Lika. Any other final comments that you would like to make?
Just that I'm incredibly happy to be here, and I'm excited to join you for the summit as well, to hopefully have more discussion about how we can collaborate and learn from each other, because I'm sure we have a lot to learn from you as well. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Lika. And we'll stay in touch, and let's look at opportunities for us to work together and maybe see how we can transform both environment and engineering education. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nosipo, could you get ready to upload the presentation by Dr. Leticia dos Muchangos, who is originally from Mozambique but is currently at Osaka University in Japan. And just a little bit of background to the project that she's going to talk about is it's a 2021 Africa-Japan collaborative research on environmental science, and the topic of the project that we have submitted a bid on and are actually awaiting the outcome of that bid. It's upcycling in townships of South Africa, a strategic initiative for waste management and education innovation. Can you play that clip for us, please?
Greetings. My name is Leticia dos Muchangos, and I am an assistant professor at Osaka University, Japan, on sustainability and environmental engineering themes. Today, I will talk about the international research partnership between the Mangosuthu University of Technology, the University of Botswana, Madam Waste, a grassroots enterprise, and Osaka University. Under the Africa-Japan Collaborative Research AJ Core on Environmental Science, we developed and plan to implement a project on high-value recycling or upcycling in townships of South Africa and Botswana, focusing on initiative for waste management and education innovation. We will establish a community practitioner working platform to tap into the unexplored upcycling potential. Osaka University's role will be on research and development and training on the mechanisms to assess environmental and human health impacts throughout the life cycle of the proposed solutions and on the techniques to maximize the participation and engagement of the project stakeholders. The collaboration between Osaka University and Mangosuthu University of Technology will create several knowledge exchange and training opportunities between our students throughout short-term exchange programs. Teaching and learning exchange for the faculty and other members of the project, including the community involved in the project through workshops, site visits, and curricular development. And scientific publications and broader dissemination of results in relevant domestic and international venues, all of which will finally contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals number 12, 11, and 13. Thank you.
Okay, we are really hoping that we will be successful with this bid, and because it will certainly impact Umlazi, in which our university is located. We haven't had that, so we keep our fingers crossed and positively hope for a good outcome. It's my pleasure to welcome Saida Lynham, who is the Senior Student Enterprise Manager at London South Bank University. And we've been fortunate to be successful in a bid funded again by the British Council under the Innovation for African Universities program. And I invited her just to have a chat about the project and also about how she sees the benefits for MUT in working on this project collaboratively with LSBU. So welcome, Saida. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Theo. Thank you for inviting me to this conference today. It's great to see so many people on the call, and it's 9:40 over here in the UK. So in terms of the project, it's very much construction industry focused. So we in our application, we were exploring the unemployment and skills, and also how the sector would look like in the future, and what kind of things we need to do now to support current graduates and students that are learning and want to go into that industry. In terms of myself, my background is in enterprise education, and London South Bank University is an award-winning organisation, and the team that I work in as well, we have been successful in enterprise education being embedded at London South Bank University in modules across different subject areas such as engineering, applied sciences and our health school. For us, for this project, it's great for us to work with an international partner in terms of sharing our knowledge and our expertise, and in terms of how it aligns with other partnerships that we already have. So we have worked internationally in the last couple of years as well, sharing best practice. The angle for us is not only just for benefiting students, of course, so they are developing entrepreneurial mindsets and entrepreneurial thinking, but also the other really important aspect is shared practice, shared knowledge with educators as well, so supporting them to develop the ecosystem of enterprise education, which can be obviously students setting up maybe their own businesses, or the other aspect is having entrepreneurial skill sets, so when they are working with employers, they are the, you know, like the innovators and the creators, able to offer solutions, etc., in that particular sector that they're working in. So that's a really brief sort of background in terms of enterprise education and at LSBU, and also some top level detail about how we're working together on this project. Is there anything else you'd like me to go into, Theo?
I think just to extract from the funding proposal, we agreed, and the other partner is obviously the Master Builders Association in KZN, and we looked at 3 distinct stakeholder groups, which are students who face economic and social challenges. We looked at industry with declining economic strength and a shortage of skills, and also university staff with a remit to deliver entrepreneurship education. And I think some of the goals that we said was we look at embedding international experience of entrepreneurship in curricula at MUT, which is the strategic objective of the university. Yep. Looking at partnerships, as you mentioned, and it also complementary extracurricular programs for entrepreneurial students, and then to include industry. So how do you see, based on your own experience in the UK, that we can actually make this happen at MUT?
Yeah, so I think the first stage of our project, so obviously we're currently in phase 1 of our project, so investigating the current modules and delivery that's taking place, and looking at opportunities to explore and embed enterprise education in what you already do is an approach that's worked already at London South Bank. So at our university, with modules where students are also going into like engineering, for example, or the health sector, it's not about completely changing everything. It has been about small incremental changes that you can make, and small steps that you can take to embed enterprise education within the module. Students also have to see it as part of the package of the module as well, so that they understand how it is threaded through the entire course. When it doesn't work, it's because it's just been put in without the ecosystem and the thought and structure around it. So working with my partners here, it's about looking at existing delivery and then looking at ways that we can implement activities and enterprise education in what you're already doing.
If you recall, we did a SNAP survey desktop examination of the curriculums in civil engineering, surveying, construction management, and QS, and we struggled to find any reference or emphasis or focus on entrepreneurship. In other words, students becoming creators of employment rather being acceptors of employment. How do you suggest we take the next step in trying to address that, given that the council of MUT as well as the university itself has agreed as to embed entrepreneurship across all programs at the university?
So I think first of all, entrepreneurship has to be defined for each subject area and module. So it has to be relevant. It has to be something that students can relate to and understand in terms of the sector or the industry that they're going into. So that would be my first point. So that holistic approach to the subject area. In terms of embedding, it's looking at opportunities to embed. So that could be, for example, things like areas that I've worked in are things like new product development, for example, so supporting students to think about problems that they might see, or they might see something that doesn't work, for example, and encouraging that entrepreneurial thinking around what the solutions could be, what kind of ideas they can come up with, and also their ability to to challenge what already exists and looking at ways that things can potentially work in a better way. Obviously, we're at the very first stages of the project, so we haven't quite delved into what those particulars will be for the construction sector and the modules that we're looking at. But those are some of the techniques and approaches that we've taken at London South Bank, working with our academic colleagues, and also industry is obviously important in terms of industry input. The other element of our project is obviously also the digital side, so supporting the use of technology, etc., in the construction sector as well.
Thank you, Saida, for that. I want to just throw it open to my colleagues and to the rest of the participants if there's anything they want to ask you, because entrepreneurship is a big topic in South Africa. We have a very, very high unemployment rate, especially amongst young people, and we are looking for innovative ways to draw them in to the mainstream economy in some way. And I thought I'd just allow any of my colleagues who might want to field a question before I release you. I know you've got another meeting at 12, you told me as well. If there are no questions, then thank you very much. And we will stay in touch in taking this project forward. So enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so just by way of wrapping up, this is just a short window on the kinds of opportunities and engagements that are possible by working with people who have expertise maybe outside of our borders, and opportunities for us to learn from each other, because they can learn a lot from us and we can certainly learn from them. And what works in other countries doesn't necessarily work in South Africa. Just something recently emerging is a possible partnership with the University of Wyoming, who are doing some very interesting things that involve the community, that involves industry, and involves high school students in what the university is in fact teaching within the built environment programs. And unfortunately, Professor Francois Jacobs, who by the way hails originally from the Free State, is based at this university, gave us a link which unfortunately we couldn't open because he's also on his way traveling to our education summit. But he basically gave some thoughts that he put down in writing very quickly. He said that University of Wyoming welcomes global outreach. They have an international website. He works with several international graduate students in Portugal, China, and Ghana, for example, certainly wants to engage with MUT on an international program exchange, which involves instructors, undergraduate students, and where students could possibly study abroad for a semester and then transfer credits back. And obviously there are some challenges with how we make that happen. And then also possibility of postgraduate exchange. A third point that he presented was research collaboration across our programs with an emphasis on pedagogy and or industry. And then the fourth point is that the University of Wyoming plans to establish a construction workforce training center that will be based on a stackable credential platform for working professionals. And they certainly want to investigate what the possibilities are to partner with MUT on something like that. They've also launched a stackable high school construction training program, and with a possibility of international outreach. So watch the space. Professor Francois Jacobs will be in South Africa next week, and I'm hoping that we can steal some of his time to come and talk to us about how the university has actually engaged with its local and immediate constituency and try to draw them into the university. That brings me to the end of our program for this particular session, and I hope that you didn't find it too boring, but that you also found some incentives to engage more with collaborative international partnerships, and there are many out there, and hopefully MUT could become the institution of choice in terms of those institutions looking for partners in South Africa. The last 4 minutes I'm going to just leave open for anyone who wants to ask any question about what was shared today, and maybe I'll see if I can respond to some of those. If I can't, I'll forward those to our presenters before we close the session. Anyone? Thank you, Gotcha Godson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's not a question, but just to say thank you so much for the great session. And personally, I'm extremely excited for the very impressive initiatives by MUT in terms of international collaborations ranging globally across the globe, basically Japan, Denmark, UK, and parts of Africa. That is really, really exciting.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, I just think that the world is our oyster. If we think big, and I think Mangosuthu University of Technology is starting to think big, there's so much that we can do, and we don't have to do it alone. I think thank you to everyone who participated, both in attendance. Thank you every speaker, both with pre-recorded and those that took time out to talk to us live. Thank you to each one of them, and thank you to MUT for this amazing International Week program initiative. I think it certainly bodes well for MUT and placing us on the international landscape for further partnerships. So I wish you well for the rest of the day. I wish you well for the rest of the week, and goodbye.
Colleagues, our next session is at 2 o'clock. Enjoy the break. See you then.